Okay, good morning everybody. We're getting closer here to start time of the swine show here at Humboldt County Fair. Obviously with everything going on, we don't have as many programs as we normally would. We're working on getting some more printed, so we'll try to get them out to you. We'll try to let you know what's going to happen here to begin with. We're going to start out this morning with a couple of classes. These are our non-qualified lightweight classes here. Are going to be our first couple of classes. We've got a few hogs here that weighed in on Thursday that didn't make weight. But instead of sending these hogs home, we have these exhibitors that are going to go ahead and bring these hogs out here when we start the show here in just a few minutes. So our first class that will start the show in a few minutes now, we're not quite ready to get, is going to be a non-qualified lightweight class number 1. These hogs weigh between 170 and 180 pounds. That's going to be our first class to start the morning here. Our second class coming out then will be a non-qualified heavyweight class. These hogs weigh a little bit more than what they should have when they got here on Thursday. That's going to be our second class that we're going to start out with. Those hogs weighed anywhere between 330 and 364 pounds. So just to give you some idea, to qualify to weigh in for our class, you really had to weigh between 220 and 315 pounds is what our weight class has to be. So these hogs are a little bit heavier. We have 4 pigs in that class. So those are our first 2 classes that we're going to start out with when we get going here this morning. We've got all the information that's on here. It's on our east barn, and there should be a program pinned up on the west barn as well. Once we get with those 2 classes, we're going to start out with our purebred gilt class. We've got 4 purebred gilts, and then we're going to go with our commercial gilt class. So those will be our first 2 classes that we'll start out with, and that'll be coming up here pretty shortly. So, we're probably going to get started here in about 5 minutes, hopefully. We're working on getting some more programs printed off. And we'll be started here with the 2020 Humboldt County Fair Swine Show. We also have exhibitor t-shirts up here if you haven't got that yet. And hopefully you have your exhibitor numbers. And those of you that have purebreds, and those of you that turned in your purebred papers to us at weigh-in on Thursday morning, we do have those papers right up here next to us here in the show ring. If you want to pick those up, for those of you that wanted those back, we have them over here. You can come pick those up sometime today during the show or right after the show. All right, we're all ready to get started. We're going to go ahead and start with the national anthem. We have our 2020 Humboldt County Fair Queen here, Holly Kirkhoff. So if you would all stand and rise, remove your headgear, if you would please. Oh.
So
very much. All right, with that, we're ready to go ahead and get started here today, Ben. And we are going to go ahead and call to the show ring our first class, Class 1, our non-qualified lightweight class. All right, these are hogs weighing between 170 and 190 pounds. We should have 3 hogs in this class. Gary, you go ahead and let those hogs into the ring.
Well, good morning, everyone. Ringside, certainly a beautiful day for a hog show, and we're going to move through them, but be efficient. But we're going to be, we're making sure we're going to give these kids who worked hard all summer long with their projects the fair shake at exhibiting their project here this morning. And here in our lightweight market hog division, I think. You know, unfortunately, these pigs just didn't convert feed to white meat as quickly or as efficiently as we deem ideal. But I think with their own right, within this particular lightweight market class, we have some nice representatives of a market hog out here. And the young man in the flag cap's going to go ahead and win this class for me. And you know, when it's all said and done, I guess the thing for me is I'm more comfortable with this one skeletal build from the ground up. 4 feet are pointing in the right direction. She's the squarest in her hog in comparison to the one that ultimately goes second. She's good in terms of her muscle. She gives you a good look up front. Obviously, she's the nickel, bigger frame gilt that I think is, when given the opportunity, is the more likely candidate to reach an ideal market weight. Like I said, if given the opportunity. Now, there's no question that the barrel and that the young man's driving in the camo cap is the widest skeleton. He's probably the most expressive in terms of his back shape outside of the top of his blade. He's the most opened up in terms of his rib cage, but like I alluded to in my opening comments, this one for me just gets a little bit too outside of himself as I watch him go away from me. Still a good look from the side, but when I get right behind him, I'm a little disappointed in the manner of which his skeletal build is. The red belted gilt that goes ahead and rounds out this particular class is one that's certainly flexible and free and easy moving gilt within this drive, one that has some extension from her blade forward, but unfortunately she's still the frailest and the lightest muscle within this particular drive. Let's give these 3 exhibitors a big round of applause. I'm looking forward to today.
All right, our top place exhibitor in that class then went to Parker Scott. We'll let those exhibitors take their hogs back to the barns. We'll go ahead and have our second class of exhibitors in. We have our second class. This is a class of non-qualified heavyweight class. We have 4 exhibitors. These hogs weigh between 330 and 364 pounds. We'll go ahead and bring these hogs into the show ring at this time. And then we'll go ahead and we'll ask our exhibitors in the Back in the barn, we'll call for our first class of purebred gilts. Attention exhibitors in the barn, our first class of purebred gilts. Those would be gilts that weigh between 237 and 324 pounds. Those purebred gilts will go ahead and bring their hogs up to the show ring.
The opposite end of the market weight spectrum here in our heavyweight non-qualifiers, and the young man along the railing there with the Duroc Influence gilt is going to go ahead and win this drive, and I think so just does so from a balance standpoint, while still being heavy muscled and still the most correct in terms of her skeleton, and she balances up well from the side. You get behind her, she's still within herself and sound in terms of her skeletal build. A nice place to start here within the heavyweight market drive. The black barrel is going to be second within this drive, and most closely resembles our class champion in terms of look from the side. Unfortunately, the sword factor here for me is he's too pushed forward in his blade and straighter in his knee, and correspondingly you see he's wanting to kind of hop off of his front end rather than grab the ring and drive with some authority, but still I think he's the logical place to go in second within this particular drive. The barrel here, the young man's driving for a predominantly red one that, of the remainder of the class is going to be third. And he's a big hip barrel, and one that you like his depth of side and you like his ham and stifle, and he still represents a good amount of muscle and does so with a fairly good look. I'd like to relax him in his top line ever so slightly, and I think that would even aid his look from the side. He needs to be more relaxed in his shoulder and knee as well, but still, I think that one's added muscle and look from the side allows him to place over our red belt here that rounds out our particular drive. One that gets around the ring with a fair amount of ease, and in his own right, he's still a heavy muscled pig. I guess for me, he needs to be taller at the point of his shoulder, wants to deviate there behind his blade, but still a good type of practical market hog that, again, a barn full of those can still be profitable for a producer in the right market conditions. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Our first place exhibitor there went to John Collins of the Livermore Bulldogs. Go ahead and take those hogs back to the barns. And we'll go ahead and call our next class of purebred gilts. These gilts weigh from 237 to 324 pounds. Our judge today is Ben Schmaling from Prescott, Iowa. Ben worked for Fibro Animal Health. He raises purebred Berks show pigs. And we would like to welcome Ben here to Humboldt, Iowa. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We appreciate Ben coming over here and working on our show this morning. Okay, I'd like the attention in the barns. I'd like to call exhibitors in our commercial gilt class. You go ahead and bring your hogs to the show ring. You're the next class after this purebred gilt class. We have commercial gilts weighing 231 to 361 pounds. Our commercial gilt class is our next class. In the ring right now, we have our purebred gilt class. These gilts weigh from 237 to 324 pounds. The winners of these next two classes are going to compete for overall breeding gilt champion and reserve.
Here in our purebred breeding gilt class, 4 excellent representatives here, and certainly all of them top to bottom are of quality. The one that I'm most comfortable with to win the class with is the young man spot gilt. I think this one offers the most breeding decision value in terms of being comfortable in what this one's ultimately made it to, but this one also offers most of the extras and does so in the soundest package of being a heavy structured gilt and still being relatively feminine from her blade forward. She's the most opened up in terms of her chest floor. She's level in her design. For me to be critical on her, I'd say she's probably a nickel over conditioned. For me today, I'm assuming it probably helped to blend in some of that ham-loin junction just ever so slightly on that gilt, but she balances well from the side. She takes a good reach off both ends of her skeleton. She's good in her angle. She's flexible. I like that one quite a bit. Now the Duroc similarly is more extreme in terms of her overall makeup, especially compared to of our remaining trio within the drive in her own right. I like her as a tall-shouldered, extended, good-looking gilt with big hips. I guess when I get right behind her is one where I make note to myself that I need to be more critical of the topside decision that I ultimately make on this one in a breeding program. She's pushing the limits in terms of skeletal width as she goes away from me. There's certainly a lot of value within that one though as well. I like her quite a bit. A good kind of a Duroc gilt that without question when made it to the right board can make the next generation of show pigs better than they are, better than now. The Yorkshire gilt really, although smaller in terms of her frame side in comparison to the Duroc gilt, to me I read her similarly in terms of her design of being a good-shouldered, really extended gilt that comes at me opened up in her chest floor, good in her knee, and square to the ground, and I certainly like those things about her. I guess in comparison to the two ahead of her, she gave up, she's the pound light gilt. She too wants to maybe get a little wider in terms of her skeleton as she goes away from me, but don't be discouraged, but I still think there's a lot of value within that gilt, especially within the Yorkshire breed, and a lot of options there to make that one to have a successful project for years to come. The Duroc gilt here that rounds out our class, again, in her own right, you study her from the side, is one that you certainly appreciate quite a bit, and when set into motion is one that you're certainly not disappointed from the way that she travels the ring. Effectively, she's level from blade to hip, and one that's still awfully good. I've read her today as the pound 5 gilt that was a little flatter in terms of her rib shape in comparison to the other gilts within the drive. but I still think that one balances up well and still a really nice type of a Duroc gilt. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, our grand champion purebred gilt went to Cody Creekow, the Humboldt FFA. His grand champion trophy sponsor for the grand champion purebred gilt was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America out of Emmitsburg. And the reserve went to Landry Lash, and her trophy sponsor was sponsored by Justin Carlson of Lindair Feeds. Lindair's Feeds here in Humboldt. Okay, we're now ready for our commercial gilt class. These are commercial gilts weigh between 231 and 361 pounds. We should have 7 gilts in this class. Attention in the barns. After we have this commercial gilt class and our overall breeding champion, we will go ahead and have our first market purebred class. So our first market purebred class, those would be purebred markets weighing 210 to 257 pounds. Those exhibitors will go ahead and bring their hogs to the show ring. Our trophy sponsors for this class, our grand champion commercial gilt is sponsored by Carlson Genetics here in Humboldt, Iowa. And our reserve champion is sponsored by Roger and Sherry Carlson. So we'd like to thank our trophy sponsors for this class.
Really a fun class to put together here, and there's some sort in our top pair here, and I think you could convince me to probably go either way, but ultimately the one that I'm most comfortable with and the one that I favor the young lady's blue belted gilt here to go ahead and win the drive. And quite frankly, it's when she comes at me and when she goes away from me. This gilt is the most opened up in terms of her chest fork. She's the squarest from the base of her chest down to the ground. She does so with a more extended look from her blade forward. Now I'd be willing to grant you that the young man's gilt that goes into is the naturally taller shouldered gilt. That's maybe more robust in terms of her center body. Still equally as good as she goes away from it. To me, I read her a little bit more jammed up from her neck back into her blade. And she wants to close at the ground just ever so slightly. Still a lot of value within that breeding piece, and I like that gilt still quite a bit. Close pair close pair there for me. You could go either way. Really good pair of gilts there. Young lady's gilt here that winds up in third is one that from the side is you like her naturally high head carriage. You like the way her spine ties down to the top side of her blade. From there back, she's level in terms of her design and balances up really well. I like the way her tail head sits so high up there on her back. I like her depth of rib. She's opened up in terms of her center cavity. I guess for me, she needs to be cleaned up in her hock, a little bit more set. I think that would allow her to reach a little bit more comfortably off of her rear tube. Still a really good type of a gilt there. That's again, when made into there's a lot of boards that you can make that one to, and still be profitable in the show pig project. The young lady's gilt that comes out next is one that you certainly like quite a bit from it. Certainly like that gilt. I guess for me, she wasn't square enough as she went away from me and wants to be a little flatter in terms of her rib shape in comparison to those ahead of her within the drive. The young man brings us one here that is super cool when you study her from the side. She's got that extended in the look, and she's big in terms of her muscle shape. She's opened up between her blades. You get right behind this one. She needs to be fixed in that back right hock. You love this one from the side, you get right behind her. She needs to be fixed there. Still a good type of a breeding gilt. The red belted gilt here that comes out, and some of you may wonder, what are you doing with this one here? But one that I think I like her length of body. I felt like she was more comfortable in her skeleton than the blue gilt that ultimately rounds out her class. There's no question she gives up some of the extras in comparison to the blue body gilt that rounds our drive, but I felt like I was more comfortable with her skeleton from a longevity standpoint within this particular class. And the blue body gilt that rounds out our drive, like I said, certainly has some of those extras that are demanded in the show ring in comparison, especially to the red belt gilt that places directly in front of her. I'm just not comfortable with this one's skeleton. I don't read her to have longevity in a breeding program. She needs to be fixed from behind to move up any higher within this particular class under this particular judge. But let's give these kids in their breeding gilts a big round of applause.
All right, our champion commercial gilt was exhibited by Ava Larson of the Badger Builders. And our reserve went to Carter Creek Cow, the Humboldt FFA. All right, we will now go ahead and have our champion breeding gilt. So in our ring, we have Ava Larson of the Badger Builders. Her gilt weighed 282 pounds. And we have Cody Creekow of the Humboldt FFA. His gilt weighed 302 pounds.
Just two classes of breeding gilts, and I still think that there's a lot of quality within our purebred and our crossbred gilts here. I think both of them in their own right. I'm an advocate for purebred breeding stock, and I still think we have an excellent representative out here, one that does a lot of great things, especially within the spot breed of being so heavy structured and still really flexible off both ends of her skeleton, and I certainly like those things about her. I guess for me and how I have my breeding females at home and ones that I like to make show pigs, I guess this one maybe is a little bit too jam fronted for me. One that I'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her neck, and I realize that's probably a trait within the spotted breed that breeders are actively working towards correcting. I like her skeleton, I like her build, I like her mass. Certainly a lot of value within that one. Then we have the bluegill here that just won our most recent class, and like we talked, she's really opened up in terms of her chest floor. She's tall enough for me at the point of her shoulder and still gives you that extension from her shoulder blade to the base of her ear that's demanded in the show ring to be successful in big barrow shows and big gilt shows. She's square enough for me as she goes away from me. I like her levelness and design. I like her build. She's the most proportionate. She's the freshest today for me. I like that one best. She'll be your champion. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to Ayla Larson. She's our champion breeding gilt. Her trophy is sponsored by Opine Seeds. So thank you to Opine Seeds for sponsoring that trophy for our overall champion. And now go ahead and bring out our second place finisher in that class, which was Carter Creek Cow. It appears to me we have a couple of Creek Cows in the show ring at this time. For our reserve champion breeding gilt. That trophy is sponsored by Hotsy Equipment Company and Steve Reimers. So we thank you to Hotsy Equipment Company and Steve for sponsoring this reserve champion trophy.
We bring that reserve champion crossbred gilt in, and one that certainly fits the drive really, really well, and just in terms of high quality, sound, flexible, and comfortable out here. I think it's a closer decision maybe for me than it was for our grand overall gilt, but I still like the pieces of the reserve crossbred. She'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion goes to Carter Creek Owl of the Humboldt FFA. All right, we'll go ahead and send them back to the barns. And we'll go ahead and go to our first market class of purebreds. These are purebreds that weigh between 210 and 257 pounds. We have 6 in this class.
Fun class to sort, and certainly some give and take and some trade-offs from top to bottom within this particular drive, and actually even within my top pair within this class, I'd be convinced that there's 2 different kind of body types and styles within these 2 hogs between the Spot and the Duroc, and I guess ultimately the Duroc is the one that I'm most comfortable with right now from a show pig standpoint and a market hog standpoint. from being taller at the point of his shoulder, more extended from his blade forward. He's no longer hip hog, that I'm the most comfortable in his skeleton. I'd be willing to bet within this top pair he probably ranks second in terms of muscle in comparison to the spot barrel that ultimately goes second. I still think he's good enough. I think in his own right, in a market hog standpoint, he's still a heavy muscle pig. I like his balance from the side. I guess if I were to fix him a little bit, I'd just like to pick that tail head up just ever so slightly, open up in his chest, and maybe just relax him in his shoulder blade just ever so slightly. But I still think he's more quality than the spot barrel that goes ahead and be second in this drive. Quite frankly, this is the heavy muscle hog in the drive. He is the heaviest structured and is most dense in terms of his skeleton. For me, he's not sound enough off of his rear two. He wants to more jab those back 2 feet as opposed to flexing and driving. He still doesn't give me that look up front that's demanded to be successful in big rings. There's still, like I said, from a market hog standpoint, there's a lot of product working in that one. This doesn't give me the look that I'm looking for today. As we talked about, as we get further into our show, is how I'm going to want an ideal show pick. A good group of Berkshire Bears here, and for this Berkshire enthusiast was certainly fun to sort. And I think without question, the young lady's white splashed hip barrel here needs to go ahead and be third within this particular drive. He's the best from the side. He's the levelest from his blade back to his hip. You get right on top of him. He's got the most expression and most shape. Actually, when this one drives at you, he's really opened up in his chest floor. Good type of a Berkshire Bear to be third in this class. Just didn't have as much dimension and heaviness and structure as the 2 bears ahead of him. The leveler eared barrel the young man drives, it comes out of 4. Again, I still appreciate the lean value that this one has. There's some muscle and some good turn to his loin edge there. For me, he's the lower shouldered barrel that doesn't have as much heaviness of skeleton in comparison to those ahead of him. And the 2 barrels that round out our drive, I certainly like things about in terms of their length, the side, and their overall comfort out here on the ring. However, I feel like their comfort is accelerated by the fact that they're the frailest featured and the lightest muscles within this particular purebred barrow drive. Still a good pair of barrows, good class of market hogs. Congratulations.
All right, our top exhibitor in that first class of purebreds went to Valley Davis, the West Grove Hustlers. Second place went to Ava McIntyre, the Cornbread Stars. Okay, we need our second class of purebreds. These are class 2. These are purebreds weighing anywhere from 261 to 313. So we go ahead and bring that class up to the show ring. This will be our second and last class of purebred market hogs. Should have 7 hogs in this purebred class. Class 2 market, purebred market. Then attention in the barns. We'll go ahead and call our first class of barrows. Class 1 barrows. Those exhibitors, those barrows weighing 225 to 237. You go ahead and bring your barrows up to the show ring. You'll be our next class. Also, a reminder to all exhibitors, we will go ahead and have showmanship at the end of the show. That'll be different than we've done in the past. So, correct. All class winners will be back at the end of the show for the Grand Champion drive. That is correct. So, Valley Davis, that would be you. Ava McIntyre, Valley is the Grand Champion. You've got to be ready to bring your hog back for the championship drive. I assume you will be taking pictures for the Humboldt Independent off the championship at 1 o'clock. So if you are a Grand Champion, if you win today, we need you back here at 1 o'clock for a picture for the Humboldt Independent. We We'd like to thank Iowa Central for being up here today and putting this on YouTube. So you can go home and watch it all over again, critique your performance. Let Grandma and Grandpa know they can watch it. Aunts, uncles, old ag teachers, Miles Nostrum, whoever. Right, Mom? Well. Again, Class 1 market barrels, you can go ahead and bring those barrels up to the showroom. That's their next class. We'll start our market barrel classes. This is our Class 2 purebred class. These are purebreds weighing between 261 and 313.
Really good class here, and kudos to these young ladies and getting these things drove and broke and dialed in here for the fair this morning. And ultimately, I guess when weighing the positives between this particular pair, I'm more comfortable and I prefer the young ladies' Yorkshire Bear to go ahead and win this particular drive, I guess, from a distance. And I've studied these two bears together. This one to me is the denser bear that has more dimension to his skeleton, more opened up in terms of his chest floor, and carries that dimension more widely and more opened up through his center cavity, and as he goes away from me as well, while still being sound and flexible off both ends of his skeleton. He's more expressive in his back shape. I'd argue that he's wider between his blade and maintains that width all the way back to his hip, into a bigger hip than the young lady's Duroc barrel, who I certainly could be convinced is without question the taller shouldered hog of this class. But with that being said, certainly doesn't tie his head out of the top side of his spine as what we would deem ideal, and I certainly think that detracts from his look from the side. Well, from there back, he certainly balances up well. I appreciate his depth of forerib and maintains that balance all the way back to his flank. He's a heavy skeleton, heavy structure type of a barrel. I'd like to fix him in that ham-loin junction. He kind of wants to slope out of that hip just ever so slightly. Still a good type of a red barrel, though, without a question. The young man is driving a third-place Duroc barrel here that certainly gives you the look of a more productive, practical type of a market hog. I like his length of side. I like his length of hip. This one to me just was one that just gave up too much in terms of overall volume, in terms of skeletal width. He wasn't as proportionate in terms of his dimension to width to his length of body. He wanted to get a little off there behind his blade, and he's naturally a lower-headed type of a barrel. From a market hog standpoint, he's certainly ideal from a standpoint of leanness and muscle, but one that when we add the show ring extras to him, just needed to be third within this particular drive. The young man brings us a barrel here out of 4 that you certainly like a lot of things about. And right away, when you're right up on top of this one, you like the muscle expression and shape that this one has. He's probably the leanest hog of initial 4 within this particular drive. High cutability. For me, he's probably the frailest featured of the initial 4 within this drive. He's more upright in his blade and not as smooth in terms of his travel across this particular arena surface. Really, really heavy muscle gilt here that comes out next. Certainly like her expressiveness of shape. For me, she's a little too jammed up front. She's a little too tight in her ham-loin junction, and correspondingly, because of that, she wants to jab those rear two as she travels across the ring. I need to loosen her up in her skeleton to make her more comfortable appearing out on the travel. And the two Berkshire barrows that round out our drive certainly like a lot of things about it. Just practical and functional in terms of their look, like their length of body, like their depth of side. For me, they need more dimension. They need to be heavier structured and more expressive in terms of their shape. But again, fun to see from this particular Berkshire enthusiast that these folks chose to show Berkshires at the county fair. Congratulations.
All right, our top exhibitor in that class went to Elsie Starman of the Country Bumpkins, and our reserve in that class went to Adeline Vincent, also of the Country Bumpkins. All right, we'll send those exhibitors back to the barn, and we'll go ahead then and start with our market barrel class. This will be our first class of market barrels, barrels weighing between 225 and 237. So if those barrels go ahead and come on into the show ring at this time. All right, here we go. They don't know there's a heat advisory later today. All right. We should have 6 barrels in this class. All right. Count 5. It looks like we got another one coming. Just a reminder, all you purebred breeders, if you gave us your papers on weigh-in on Thursday, we have those up here at the table. You can stop by and pick those up if you need them. Okay, looks like we're ready to go here. All right, attention to barn, class 2 barrels. Those barrels weigh 238 to 246. Should be 5 of you. You go ahead and bring your barrels to the show ring.
Here we get our crossbred barrow drive, and I think a class that, for me, I guess, fell together pretty logically in my mind, all the way from top to bottom, and a pretty easy place to start for me with the young ladies. Narrow belted barrow is, he's just the most complete. He's the most fault-free in terms of his skeleton. We evaluate this one from the ground up. He's reads the most correct in terms of his angles, while still being the freshest in terms of his appearance and the most well-presented. He's flexible off both ends. You know, you could make him bigger-footed. You could make him a little bit more extreme in terms of his length and neck. But that's being critical on a pretty good barrow there. That's just dialed in at the right time for this particular judge, and that one's pretty nice. He needs to win. The young man on the far side of the ring is going to be second in this class, and like I said, it fell together pretty logically for me. I'm the most comfortable with this one, skeleton, without question of the remainder within this particular drive. He certainly probably has the advantage over our class winner, even in terms of length from his blade to the base of his ear. He's the most trimmest about his jawline and gives you that good show pig look from the side. In comparison to our class winner, he's the frailer featured hog. He's the smaller hind leg pig. He's just a little rawer in terms of his shape. He gets a little higher in his flank, but still a good type of a market hog. Really good look from the side. Just need to sound him up in terms of his feature to get him up over our class winner. Now, there's no question in terms of body type, and the young lady's barrow that goes 3 probably more closely resembles our class winner in terms of that regard. This one, again, from the side, you certainly like a lot of things about it. For his frame, he's a tall-shouldered pig. He's uniform in terms of his depth of body from forearm back to his flank. I guess he came up a little shorter striding for me on the front end of his skeleton, as he's a little more straight. As I get right behind him, he wants to push on those hocks just ever so slightly. This one for me is probably a little wastier in terms of his finish than the rest within this particular drive, and ultimately that's what dictated him third within this drive. The blue barrow that comes out next, that the young man drives this at first glance, you think, wow, that one's got a ton of shape, a ton of power. He's a big bladed hog, has a good look from his blade forward. For me, though, when you get right behind him, he needs to be fixing his hog. He needs to be squared up as he goes away from you. Cool look from the side is when you set into motion, you get disappointed on that one. A little bit of the same story here for the young man's belted barrow. He's just a really raw in terms of his shape. Huge chest for him for me, but till he's too far out in his elbow, he's too bowed in his hock. You can tell as he travels, he's not exactly comfortable out here on the arena surface, showing himself off today. We need to fix that one's skeleton. I still think, though, that one's look and that one's added muscle and dimension allows him to place higher than the Berkshire appearing barrow that rounds out our drive. Without question, you certainly appreciate his flexibility and his comfort. Again, that's aided by the fact that he's the frailest featured and the lightest muscle within this drive. Good type of market hog class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, our top exhibitor in that first class was the Bella Opine of the Corinth Red Stars. And our second place went to DJ Muir of the Thor Vikings. All right, we're ready for our second class of barrels. These barrels weigh 238 to 246 pounds. We have 5 exhibitors in this class, so if they go ahead and bring in their barrels into the show ring. All right, attention in the barn. We'll go ahead and call our third class of market barrels. These barrels weigh 249 to 256 pounds. Class 3 market barrels. Go ahead, exhibitors, and bring those barrels up to the show ring. We have 5 barrels in the ring right now. This is our class 2. These barrels in the show ring, 238 to 246 pounds. Again, you can view today's show on YouTube. It's Humboldt County Fair 2020. That's where you go ahead and come back and you can re-watch the show today, or let anybody know where they can go ahead and see the show that couldn't make it today. And we'd like to thank Iowa Central for their efforts in making this available for us.
Good class of bears here, and ultimately I think it comes down to a final pair within this drive, and from there I think as we evaluate these just a nickel longer, I tend to gravitate towards the young lady's belted bear to go ahead and win this drive, and I think, you know, from a standpoint of studying him from the side, he's the longer neck bear that is probably a nickel fresher in terms of his appearance and the turn to his loinness and the shape he has down his top. I'd say he's more uniform in terms of the condition in which he's starting to lay on that skeleton. He's a little cleaner jointed bear that ultimately, again, has more curvature to his knee, and I think that allows him to give him a more flexible look off the front end of his skeleton. Still a really close pair for me, though. I just tend to gravitate towards that particular bear to win the drive. And there's no question that I would give you the grant that the black bear may read to be a little heavier structured than the bear that goes ahead and ultimately wins our drive. From there, I guess for me, he's the plainer looking bear that is a little throatier about his jaw, and a little bit, I guess just a little plainer in terms of his shape. He's a little further along in terms of his condition. I like a lot of things. I like his general build and design. Just gives up a little bit of the extras. The bear that the young lady drives that goes 3 for me. I like the muscle shape. I guess one that, again, that just sees the lower fronted hog. Just was a little bit outside his skeleton in comparison to the two directly above him. But I like the muscle working in that one. That's a wide pin, wide skeleton hog. Just wants to step outside himself just ever so slightly. The young lady brings us a really nice, practical type of a bear here that, when studied from the side, you certainly like a lot of things about. In his front 2/3, I guess for me, he wants to slope a little bit more out of his hip. I'd like to level him out there in that regard. I still like how flexible he is. I think that's probably a result of that added steepness to that hip. If we could make him a little bit more shapely up high, I think that would certainly aid him in this particular class. He gets a little plainer about his shape when you study him on the top side of his skeleton. And the red spotted bear out here that rounds out our drive, really comfortable, like his length aside, gives you a good look of balance. Just need to see some more dimension in that one. Congratulations.
All right, our top exhibitor in that class was Abel Larson of the Badger Builders. And our second place exhibitor went to Valley Davis of the West Grove Hustlers. So congratulations to those two. All right, we are now ready for our third class of market barrels. And those exhibitors will go ahead and bring them in. These are barrels weighing 249 to 256 pounds. We should have 7 in this class by the time we get them all up. 4 plus 3 is 7. That's my Thompson High School math working for me. Okay, last 3 market barrels. Okay, yep, so we have a correction in the program, so this is it. We should have 6, we have 6. Again, attention to the barns, class 4 barrows. Go ahead and bring your hogs up to the show ring. Those would be barrels weighing 257 to 267 pounds.
Really a nice pair of bears here in the top of this particular class, and I think those of you following ringside can see that they're really similar in terms of their type and kind and their basic build, and quite frankly this one's just got a bigger running gear in him, and I think that's because he's the most comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He's more set to his hock, he's more curvature to his knee, he's fresher in terms of the top side of his skeleton, and he's got fresher in terms of his appearance from his groove back from his blade back to his hip. Really just a complete balanced type of a hog, like the hind leg that he's working with. I like that paint quite a bit. Congratulations, young man. We know when this barrel here first hit the ring, the white belted barrel, I liked him quite a bit, and I thought ultimately the big sheath barrel might be the one that we might tie into within this particular drive. And I guess as the drive wore on, I guess when this one comes right at me, I like how big chested he is. I feel like he falls on a softer foot though, as opposed to having more curvature up to the front end of his skeleton. I still like the amount of dimension that this one's working with. Just didn't see this one as agile and as mobile and comfortable out here on the move in comparison. Gives up a little bit of freshness up high. Still a good type of a barrel here that I think deserves second handily within this particular drive. Congratulations, young man. You done a good job. The calico barrel here that the young lady drives in 3 certainly is one that is attractive from the side. It's super tall fronted and just really proportionate. Really overall raw in terms of her muscle shape, but fresh in terms of her look. I guess for me, this one I just was a little bit more concerned with his look as he goes away from me. This one just gets a little tighter in his heart and wants to cave closer to the base of his chest. But a logical place for 3 there in my mind. A good type of a barrel. The young lady's done a nice job with that project. The calico barrel here that the young man drives out to extremely heavy muscle, big chested hog. I like his stoutness of feature and stoutness of skull. He's just not comfortable enough for me. He needs to be fixed in his hock. He needs to be squarer as he goes away from me directly. I like the fact that his structure hasn't impeded his ability to reach an ideal market weight, but unfortunately for the show ring of this particular judge, he just needs to be better built. The blue level-eared barrel here that comes out, the young man drives, just a good practical, functional type of a market hog. I think this one is just maybe a little naturally lower in terms of his head carriage. This one is, I like his depth of body. He's a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape, just a little bit more common in his look, but a good type of practical market hog. I think a barn full of those pigs, a guy could be profitable in the right market conditions. He's sound and flexible, just gives up some of the extras that's demanded in the show ring. And the barrel that rounds out our class, I read this one to be an extremely heavy muscled buck barrel, really a big volume pig, high, big bladed, big rib cage. He's just too ill built in my mind. He's not comfortable out here. He's too quick in his maturity pattern, too short to the ground for me to get him up any higher. Good type of barrel though, like the muscle that he possesses. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, our top exhibitor in that class was Daniel Illig of the Johnson Jaguars. And our second place was exhibited by Zane McIntyre, the West Grove Hustlers. Congratulations to those two young men and their hogs that they exhibited there. Go ahead and move on to Class 4 barrels. Those exhibitors are coming into the ring now. These barrels weigh 257 pounds to 267 pounds. And we have 7 barrels in this class. All right. This time we'll go ahead and we'll call Class 5. Attention to the barn, Class 5 exhibitors.
Nice pair of bears up here, and I think when you study them both on the stand, still very similar in terms of their look and their design, and you might even grant that the second place barrel is more expressive in terms of his top shape, but when set into motion, that's when the decision gets made, and that's under the young man's red bear here needs to go ahead and win this drive. He's just a better built hog in his skeleton. He's from the ground up. He's a more well-constructed hog. He's the most comfortable. He's the most correct in terms of his angles. You get right behind this one. He's the squarest in his hock, and he's the squarest from pin hock to ground. And he go ahead and needs to win just from a basic build standpoint. Like I said, there's no question that the bear up here is more expressive in terms of his muscle shape. He may even be a notch stouter about his skull and heavier structured in terms of his bone work. I like this one a lot. This one, again, like I said, you get right behind this one, you need to reel those hocks in just ever so slightly. That's a close pair for me. Again, I was went with the better built one I'm more comfortable with. Good barrels there, first and second. The belted barrel here the young man drives in 3 is one that certainly when he loaded the trailer to come, I'm guessing he had high hopes for this one because he is so good when you study the profile on this one, and just really practical. He's a naturally tall shoulder barrel. I like the way he ties his spine out of the top side of his blade and certainly gives you that look that's demanded. I like his balance from the side in comparison to the 2 directly ahead of him. I read him to be the frailer featured, smaller ankle barrel that wasn't as descriptive in terms of his muscle shape in comparison to the top 3, or in the top 2 of that initial trio. He needed to be 3rd, but I like that one quite a bit. Without question, he didn't need to be any further down the line. The black barrel the young lady drives to us at first glance, you think, wow, that was just extremely heavy structured, really big-legged, and then you evaluate him further, and he's still really heavy muscle. But for me, he's the most uncomfortable out here on the travel in terms of our initial 4 within this drive. He's the shorter hip, shorter couple barrel that just didn't really want to grab a gear and go. He's a naturally lower head carriage barrel that just didn't want to show off and look. And in the beauty pageant of livestock exhibition, he just didn't want to have his best day today. But still, I felt like that one read well enough in his skeleton to get him up over these remaining trio within this drive. The wide belted barrel, high cutability hog, really lean in terms of his muscle shape. You know, he's got a lot of product working with him there. Just need to make him more comfortable. As you can see, he wants to dip that hip and overreach off of his rear 2 when he travels, and correspondingly just doesn't help his balance when you study him in motion. Same goes for the barrel here that the black-headed barrel the young lady drives. She's brought us a nice set. Today this one is just too far outside himself in that hock area. He needs to be squared up and fixed. I think that one's pretty good though if we were able to do that. And the really heavy muscle barrel here that rounds out our drive, big chested, like the amount of muscle that he has. He just needs fixed in his hock as well. He's too wide from behind for this particular judge. Congratulations to those kids.
All right, our first place exhibitor in that class was Jack Oakline of the West Grove Hustlers. Congratulations to Jack. And second place went to Valerie Davis of the West Grove Hustlers. So congratulations to Valerie. All right, we're up to our 5th class now, barrels. These barrels weigh 268 to 284. Class 5 barrels. Those exhibitors, go ahead and come on in. Then at this time, attention in the barns. We go ahead, Class 6 barrel exhibitors. Class 6 barrels, that's our last class in the barrels. So if you've got a barrel and you haven't shown it yet, that must be you. Go ahead and bring those barrels up to the show ring. Those barrels weigh 290 to 325.
Admittedly, we have an initial trio here of hogs that I think all possess some flaws, and I guess we need to break it down and just kind of pick your poison within this one. And ultimately, I opted for the one that I thought was still the freshest in his look and the tallest and the most about his shoulder and probably the best about his head and neck, and doing so with a fair amount of muscle. And that's the young man with the black barrel along the holding pens there to win this drive. He takes a good reach off the front end of his skeleton. I want him to be more coordinated off of his rear tube, but that's where I find holes in this initial trio within this particular drive. He's the freshest, he's the smoothest from his blade back to his rib cage. I felt like he's just maybe the most complete one and still the freshest within this particular class, but admittedly still some areas I'd like to fix that one. Same story a little bit here for the two remaining barrels in this initial trio. I opted for the young lady's belted barrel in this drive. He's a nickel bigger hind-legged hog. He's got more shape up high in comparison to the barrel that ultimately goes third. He's next best in terms of his chest in comparison to the one that ultimately goes third in this drive. Love his look from the side. I love his head, and I like the silhouette. I like his strength of jaw and his neck. Good type of a hog. Again, one we need to just bring in just a nickel from behind, make him a little bit more coordinated as he travels away from me, but I like that one next best. The black hip barrel here is one that, again, one you certainly appreciate from the side. The young man does an awesome job getting them shown and getting them presented. Of my initial three, this one's the stalest in terms of his appearance. He's the flattest in his rib shape. He's the least descript in terms of his muscle shape. He's next best, though, in terms of his skeletal build, and certainly better than the remainder within this drive in terms of how he's constructed from the ground up. Young lady brings us a barrel here that's certainly got a ton of power, probably the biggest back hog within the class, at least to this point of contemporaries within the drive. I like his blade, I like his foot size. He gets a little more pinch in his hamline junction. Correspondingly, he wants to jab those back too, just ever so slightly. Overall, he's a little staler in terms of his appearance in comparison to some of the others within this class. A little wastier in the lower third of the skeleton. Good type of a market hog, though, nonetheless. Black-headed barrel here that comes out, one that at first glance hits you awfully hard for being a big-chested hog, really robust about his center body and opened up in that cavity there. With that, though, I've read him to be a frailer featured hog, especially for the amount of mass that he possesses, but his big issues as he goes away from you, he's too wide in the seat of his pants, he's too wide in his skeleton, he needs to be reeled in there a little bit more conservative in terms of his construction. Black-headed, white-belted bear, just really a power hog, one that means big-bladed. I read him to be shorter about his bone work, shorter about his feature. He's lower to the ground. He needs to be elevated, more extended throughout, especially for that mass that he possesses. He needs to put that on a little bigger skeleton more comfortably. And the Berkshire Influence barrel that rounds out our drive, stout skull, level design, just needs a little bit more dimension and overall fresh shape on that one to get him up higher in the class. Good type of Berkshire barrel, though, nonetheless. Congratulations.
All right, our top exhibitor there went to DJ Muir of the Four Vikings. And the second went to Ayla McIntyre of the Corinth Red Stars. So congratulations to those two exhibitors. That was Class 5. All right, we have our last class of barrels here. So we're going to go to Class 6. Class 6 market barrels. These barrels weigh 290 to 325 pounds. Okay, at this time we'll go ahead and we'll call up our Class 1 gilt. Class 1 gilts, 210 to 245 pounds, or yes, 245 pounds. Those exhibitors will go ahead and bring their hogs to the show ring. I'd like to thank everybody who makes today's show possible today. Helping out in the show ring, we got Gary Vincent, Chris Parkin, Will Spillmeyer, Paul Davis, Roger Carlson, Lindsey Nelson, Kirsten Belkey's helping, of course, here at the Iowa State Extension. We've got Sydney York helping us out here today. Tim Carlson's back running around in there in the barns. He's helping us out and everything. We've got our 2020 Humboldt County Fair Queen, Holly Kirchhoff, is here out handing out ribbons. We appreciate all her help and everything today. Tessa Myers is here somewhere helping out. She's helping us out with the program and weigh in and everything today. So we want to thank everybody for making today's show a success. So let's give them a little round of applause for all they do to make today's show happen. And I'm sure I probably left somebody out that didn't mean to.
Without question, the most unique one that we've seen thus far here today that goes ahead and wins this drive. And one, I think, when you study him in terms of his build and how heavy structured he is, he's still really opened up in terms of his chest floor. He maintains that width as he goes back to you, but with that added power, to have one that is probably, without question, the longest neck bearer that we've seen today. He's the stoutest bottom feature. He's still fresh in terms of his muscle shape he has up high, and still really comfortable out here as he moves. Not a lot of holes I'd poke in that one. I would like to fix him in that gland there in his flank. That's getting awfully particular on one that I think is incredibly hard to build and put together. Congratulations, young man, you did a nice job. Really a closer decision for me here within the remaining pair of belted barrows, and ultimately I'm more comfortable with the construction and build of the young man's barrow here to go ahead and be second in this drive. At first glance, and you study this hog from the side, you're pleased with what you see from the profile and in terms of being a level and balanced hog that's proportionate in terms of its length to its height to its length of body. One that for me probably lacked the expression of shape and heaviness of structure as our class winner did in this drive. But again, like I said, he's the next most comfortable in his skeleton out here while still being a heavy muscled hog. The young ladies' wide belted barrows wanted to give him fits here as the drive wore on, but don't let that fool you. I think this hog is, don't let that stop you from getting a good read on this hog, because he is awfully good in terms of his dimension of skeleton, his overall width, and he's still really good about his head and neck, and while being big bladed and big chested, and that's a combination of traits that, like I mentioned with our class winner, that's hard to put together. Again, for me though, as the drive wore on, this one wanted to stab those rear two just ever so slightly, and ultimately that worked to her detriment as she needed to go third when that happens. The young man brings us a blue-butted barrow here that, for this weight and this amount of mass that this barrow possesses, still travels the ring actually rather well. But I guess for me, in comparison to the three ahead of him, he's the outlier in terms of just not being constructed well enough from behind. He needs to be squared up in the top. He's probably the shortest to the ground. I'd like to extend that one for this mass and this amount of dimension he possesses. I'd like to do it in a bigger frame package. But still, I'm pleased with the comfort that this barrow has for the amount of dimension that he possesses. The big barrow here that the young lady drives to us, again, a high-muscled hog, really heavy-muscled hog, opened up in his chest fork. Probably one of the most three-dimensional hogs that we've had today. I need to fix him up in his front end. He needs to have more look and elevation. He needs to be longer stifled and longer hip, and I'd like to fix him in his flank as well. He too has that fat deposit in there in that flank, but a good heavy muscled hog, a lot of product working in that one. Black barrel that the young man drives to us, really comfortable out here. I like his length of side, I like his depth of body. I guess for me, of the ones within this class, he lacks the most volume in comparison to those ahead of him, but he's the most comfortable in his skeleton. He's the next best from the side. I like that one to beat the remainder within this drive for those reasons. The Berkshire Influence hog that comes out next is really long-bodied, really lean constructed. I like those things about him. He's clean in his joints and he's reached this market weight and does so comfortably in his skeleton. I guess if given the opportunity, I think there's some more room for growth and more room for added dimension in that hog. But unfortunately today, as is, he lacks that amongst the contemporaries within this drive. And the black barrel that rounds out our class, admittedly, probably is a nickel heavier muscle than a barrel directly in front of him. He has an issue with his hock that we need fixed and corrected before we get him up off bottom. Nice class of barrels. Congratulations to those youth.
All right, our top exhibitor went to Ryland Morgan of Wright PIG. And our second place exhibitor there went to Zane McIntyre, the West Grove Hustlers. So congratulations to those two exhibitors. That was our heavyweight class of barrels. We're going to go ahead now and go to our gilt classes. We have 5 gilt classes to work through this morning. Our first lightweight class, gilt class 1. These gilts weigh from 210 to 245 pounds. Attention in the barns, we call Class 2 market gilts. These gilts weigh 247 to 255. Class 2 market gilts. Go ahead and bring those hogs up to the show ring. You're up next.
Looking forward to getting into the market gilts. The barrels were certainly fun to evaluate, and we go ahead and start this gilt drive, and we have we lead off right where we left off with the barrels with the lightweight gilt here. That at first glance, she's just the show pig of the bunch in terms of her height of shoulder, her extension from her blade forward. I like her head, I like her jaw, and she gives you that look from the front 1/3 of her skeleton that's demanded of a successful show pig. But from there back, she's balanced and proportional. She takes a good reach off both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to blend her smoother in her ham-loin junction to be ideal, and but still, I think that one just possesses the most quality within this particular class and needs to win rather handily, in my opinion. A little bit more short here than 2 and 3, and ultimately the young man with the cap on is going to be second within this drive. When I get down to the basics of it, I'm more comfortable in this gilt build. She's squarer as she goes away from me than the gilt that goes in 3. I would like to relax her in her hock ever so slightly, but she's next best in terms of her construction. She needs to go second in this drive. There's no question, and you could probably convince me if you wanted to argue the fact that the young man in 3's gilt is wider pinned. She's wider in terms of her overall skeleton, but with that, she's wider in her hocks as well. And to be at this market weight and be pushing those hocks out of her skeleton the way that she is, it concerns me, and that ultimately played into my decision from keeping her in my top pair. I like her look from the side, though. We got to really fix her when we get in right behind her. The belted gilt that comes out in 4 is one that, to me, her general construction, you certainly like a lot of things about. You study, especially when you study her silhouette from the side. She's balanced and proportional. I guess for me, I guess she's a little plainer about her shape. She's a little frailer about her feature for this particular judge. Again, we still need to fix her as she goes away from me. The belted gilt the young man drives to us. I like her leanness, I like her expressiveness of shape. Again, one that we need to fix in our hocks, especially at this particular market weight to get up any higher in the drive. And the cheetah colored gilt that rounds out our drive, like her length of neck, like the amount of muscle that she possesses, how lean she's been able to put that muscle on her skeleton. Unfortunately, when you get her right behind her, you go ahead and let that orange gilt out of that pen there. When you get right behind her, it doesn't take long to find the fact that we need to fix this one if she goes away from you, and that's why she's bottom. Congratulations to these kids.
All right, our first place exhibitor in that class went to Lauren Erickson of the Humboldt FA. And second place went to Parker Scott of the Livermore Bulldogs. So congratulations to those 2 exhibitors in that first class of gilts. We're ready now for our second class of gilts. These gilts weigh 247 to 255. We do have 1 scratch in this class. These gilts weigh 247 to 255. And we should have 5 exhibitors in this class. 5 exhibitors. Okay, we are correct. We got 6. 6 is one. All right, we have 6 in this class. Gary has reminded me that I was wrong again. I could have sworn that I thought my wife was here, but that's not the case. Thanks, Gary, for taking over. All right. Attention to the barns. Class 3 gilts. Gilts weigh 257 to 262. Those exhibitors, please bring those hogs to the show ring. You are up next.
Nice pair of gilts these young men bring us here in this particular class, market gilts, and ultimately I settled on the more unique one. I think that in my mind that's a little more shapely up high, and that's the young man's blue hip gilt that's going to win this drive. And you study this one silhouette on the standstill, and I think it gives you an ideal look in terms of height at her shoulder, proportionate in terms of her length of body. But then you set her in motion, and she just grabs an extra gear in comparison to the gilt that ultimately goes second with this drive. And then you study it from there back. Like I said, she's the more expressively muscle gilt that's more unique about her look from her blade forward. She needs to win this class because she has the most quality. The gilt here that's closest to me, it's a close decision. I feel like for me that, again, that resembles our class with her to look from the side. When you study her from her blade forward, though, she's higher about the crest of her neck. It gives her a staled appearance, and then that coupled with the fact that she's a little more nondescript in terms of her muscle shape up high, I think that's what dictates her second within this particular class. As you study her, as she walks away from you, she wants to be a little shorter and choppier about her step, just doesn't want to grab the ring with authority and really reach off of her rear too. Don't let me be too critical on that one because she's still awfully good. The belted gilt here that winds up in 3 is one that, again, you certainly appreciate from the side for her depth of body. She's really opened up in terms of her rib cage and center body. She's probably the most three-dimensional in terms of volume of the gilts that we've had thus far within this class, and probably the nickel bigger chested gilt. For me, she's a little more jammed up about her front end. She's a little plainer in terms of her muscle shape. She's a little more advanced in terms of the condition that she's laid on her skeleton, so I placed her 3rd. The young man's belted gilt that comes out in 4 is certainly one that resembles the one that's just directly ahead of it. I felt like this one wasn't as comfortable on the move, wasn't as square from behind as she goes away from me. This one just wants to be a little choppier in terms of her step. Love how level she is out of her hip. However, I think that correlates to the fact that she is choppier and shorter about her stride. The 2 black gilts that round out the drive are really similar in terms of their build and their basic design. Ultimately, I opted for this young man's gilt. I thought she had the bigger hind leg. She's a little leveler in terms of her design from blade back to her hip. She's a nickel deeper sided. I thought this gilt offered more pounds of product in comparison to the young man that rounds out our class in terms of just being a long-bodied, long-sided gilt. Just didn't necessarily feel like that one has as much advantages over the other. Congratulations. Nice class of gilts.
All right, our Class 2 champion went to Riley Morgan of the right PID. And our second place went to Jack Irvine of the Westgrove Hustlers. Congratulations to those 2 exhibitors. We're now ready for our Class 3 gilts. They can go ahead and bring their hogs into the show ring, Class 3. Class 3 gilts. We're going to have 6 gilts in this class. These gilts weigh 257 to 262 pounds at weigh-in on Thursday. And here they come. Alright, this is our Class 3 gilt class. Attention in the barns. Our Class 4 gilts, those exhibitors would go ahead and get their gilts ready to come to the show ring. Class 4 gilts. A reminder to all exhibitors, showmanship will be at the end today. Gary said that he and I will show him how to do it. Maybe. Also, if you are a champion today in showmanship, or if you're a grand champion with one of your hogs, photos will be taken at 1 o'clock for the Humboldt Independent, so a reminder to be here for that. I'd like to thank all of our trophy sponsors. Some of our sponsors we have today are Farm Credit Services of America, Linder Feeds, Carlson Genetics, Roger and Sherry Carlson, Old Time Seeds, Oxy Equipment Company, Steve Reimer, Ag West, Midland Power Co-op, Tim and Shirley Carlson. I'd like to thank all of those trophy sponsors today.
Really nice pair of gilts here at the top end of this class, and ones that I think that when given the opportunity to drive and really go, I think one just stayed together a little bit better, and that's the young lady's gilt here to my left. It's going to go ahead and win this drive. Honestly, I think she's just the better constructed one. She's the squarest that she goes away from you, and that's what allowed her to work herself up in this class from a longevity in terms of the drive wearing on. She's really level in terms of her design. She's really good in terms of her build. Admittedly, she's probably not as big backed or as shapely as the one that ultimately goes second. She's just as good about her head and neck, and really good, just as good in terms of a balance standpoint. I just felt like this one was more comfortable out here on the move. Now, I'll give the gilt credit that's in second. The young lady drove this one harder than maybe our class winner's our driver drove, and she pushed this one to find that extra gear, and I commend her for doing that. I know what she's doing because we've talked about having that extra gear and that extra drive. I guess it worked to her detriment within this particular class with this particular gilt because she is so on the edge in terms of her skeleton as she goes away from you. There's a lot of quality working in that gilt. I guess I would just need to reel that one in just ever so slightly to get her up over our class winner, pushing the limits there, but get me wrong, a ton of quality within that one. The black gilt here that is ultimately going to go third, honestly, he kind of just fell into a buzzsaw, a pair of gilts here at the top of the class. I like this one in her own right and studied her without her contemporaries within this drive. I think you can find a lot of good within this gilt in terms of her levelness of design and just how she's basically put together. One just lacks a bit of the extras, lacks a little bit of that comfort out here on the travel, like the two directly ahead of her did. A nice gilt though to go three. Young man does a nice job getting this gilt presented, and you can tell he spent a lot of time with this gilt and getting her prepared for the fair. She's whip broke to a T. Really well presented. Skin and hair is excellent. This gilt is really opened up, really big chested. Love her depth of side. To me, she's the shorter couple gilt of the drive. Correspondingly, she's shorter hip. She's a little shorter striding off of her rear too. With that being said, when I step in right behind her, she's a little too wide at her hocks. And for this particular judge, we need to bring her back in and make her sounder in terms of her build. The white belted gilt young man drives to us, really stout about her feature, big bladed. I like her look from the side. It's when she's set into motion again where my decision's made to place this one, and she's just not as comfortable. She's not as fluid in terms of her motion. Doesn't want to flex that pastern and hawk as comfortably as those that we placed directly ahead of her, but I still think there's a lot of good from a market hog value working in that gilt. Congratulations, young man. The red belted gilt, or excuse me, the red gilt here that comes out at the end, rounds out our class, without question, is one that you can certainly appreciate for her height and shoulder. She maintains that height all the way back to her hip, still really comfortable in her skeleton. On this class, she's the lightest muscle gilt. She's a little frailest about her feature. I still think that one as an individual is a good type of a market hog that has a lot of value in an industry, especially within this state. Good type of a gilt. Congratulations to those market hog exhibitors.
Okay, our top exhibitor in that class went to Elsie Stadelman of the Country Bumpkins. And second place went to Bella Opine of the Cornish Red Stars. So congratulations to those two young ladies. All right, we're moving on to our Class 4 market gilts. Class 4 market gilts. These gilts weigh from 263 to 270 pounds. Okay, this is our class 4 market gilts. Again, today our judge is Ben Smalling from Prescott, Iowa. Ben works for Fibro Animal Health. He also raises Berkshire show pigs. So let's give Ben a big round of applause. He's doing a great job for us today. Thank you, Ben, for coming over to Humboldt today to judge our show hogs. Okay, attention in the barns. We have our last class of gilts, class 5. These are gilts weighing 278 to 318. Those exhibitors will go ahead and bring those gilts up to the show ring. As soon as we get class 4 judge, class 5, you guys will be ready to go.
4 belted gilts in this drive, and I think a class that falls together really handily, at least for a class winner standpoint. And to just put it bluntly, she's the best one, and it's fairly easy in my mind in terms of her skeletal build, and I hope those of you following ringside can see that as well, that this gilt is just simply the most balanced, the most complete. She's fault-free from the ground up in comparison to contemporaries within this drive. One that takes the best stride off both ends of her skeleton. She's the most square as she comes at me, and she's certainly the squarest as she goes away in relative to the other gilts within this particular drive. Logical place for me to start. Congratulations, young lady. You've done a nice job. Young man directly in front of me is going to be second within this drive. I felt like this gilt was probably a nickel more extended. They're really heavy structured in terms of her own right. Just one that we need to relax in that hawk and reel in ever so slightly. But the next best in terms of the 3 that are remaining within this drive, young lady that's fighting with the gilt there along the back of the ring is going to be next, third in this class. Love her depth of body, love her volume that she has. She needs to be better in that ham-loin junction. She needs to be sounder up of her rear too. And the gilt here that rounds out our class, the white belted one, just one that simply just isn't comfortable out here. When I study her as she goes away from me, she's a white pin gilt that just wants to close as she goes to the ground. And with that, she's putting that added pressure on those hawks. Nice tested market gilts. Like the amount of product working on all 4 of them. Just need to make a few of them a little sounder.
All right, our top exhibitor in that class went to Adam Vincent of the Country Bumpkins. And second place went to Owen Newton of the Humboldt FFA. So congratulations to those 2 exhibitors. And that brings us to our heavyweight class of gilts, Class 5. So those exhibitors, go ahead and bring those gilts into the ring. These gilts weigh 278 to 318.
All right, we'll fire them up.
Attention in the barns. We're going to move to the pen of threes after this class, so if you get your pen of threes ready, Tim Carlson will be back to the barn and he'll tell you when to bring your pens up.
here in our heavy class of gilts. I think there's some give and take, but there's certainly a lot of quality within this initial trio, and ultimately I think as the drive wore on, the gilt directly in front of me is the one that I became the most comfortable with, and I think that this one, aside from the fact that she has the most volume and shape of this particular class, she's the most opened up in terms of her rib shape. She's still tall at the point of her shoulder. She doesn't hold that class advantage, and that's probably where some of my decision making was being made, is that she is a little throatier in comparison to the gilt that ultimately goes second. But I think this one's back shape, her volume of center body and dimension, she's square enough for me as she goes away from me. But one that still there's the most good working in this one. As the drive wore on, I couldn't convince myself that I was comfortable with the young lady's gilt to go ahead and win this drive. It appeared to me that this gilt wanted to begin to labor and stab off of those rear two as the drive wore on. And then I studied her from her tail forward, and she just isn't as opened up in terms of her center cavity. She's not as deep in terms of her rib shape in comparison to the young man's gilt that wins the drive. There's no question, though, she's the taller shouldered, more elegant looking front-ended gilt within this drive, and I certainly prefer the silhouette of this one in comparison to our class winner. Two high-quality gilts there. Take nothing away from the black-headed gilt, because she ran with that initial pair awfully hard the whole time, in my opinion, and in her own right, this gilt is a really good type of a market gilt, and I love the curvature she has from her blade down to her ankle and to her hock, or from her blade to her ankle, the front end of her skeleton. For me, she got a little plainer in her center third, and as the drive wore on and I studied her as she went away from me, again, I couldn't really convince myself that she hinged correctly enough in that hock to move up any higher. A lot of volume, a lot of muscle and shape working within this gilt here. The young man drives us. This one to me is probably just a little bit more of a ground pounder in my mind. She's the shortest cannon. She's the shortest about her feature and her bone work. For this amount of volume and at this weight, I think this gilt needs to just have more frame to get her up any higher in this particular class. Really like a lot of things about the spotted red gilt the young man drives to us. One that I felt from a profile standpoint adequate in terms of her look, adequate in terms of her length of body, and proportionate in terms of the volume that she has. There's a lot of balance working in that gilt. Congratulations to him. I think that one needs to be more expressively muscled to get up any higher. And the red belted gilt within this particular class, I think she has that volume that we needed some of those gilts to have that maybe were placed a little bit higher, but this one just lacks too much muscle and overall dimension to get up any higher in this class. Congratulations to all the market gilt exhibitors.
Okay, in that class, our top exhibitor was Coach Peacock, the Humboldt Bay, and our second place exhibitor in that class was Abel Larson, the Badger Builder. And that concludes our gilt classes. We'll send all those exhibitors back to the barns. So we will now move on to our pen of 3 competition. And as we stated, you would keep your hogs in your pens until Tim Carlson comes around and tells you to send them up to the show ring. Because we have a little excitement here. Just a few minutes to go. So we'll get ready for our first class of pen of 3. That's our lightweight class. Again, the second class, we're going to go ahead. Second class, you guys just go ahead and wait. We'll come get you. So we'll just go ahead and we'll wait.
Here in our Penta 3 division, I think, you know, it's important to emphasize not only quality, but uniformity. And the young man here brings us a trio of, I think, potential litter mates, blue-bodied pigs that I think not only represent a great deal of quality, but they're uniform in terms of their build and design and overall quality. And each one of these pigs in their own right are very high quality, but as a set, it certainly makes them stronger. And without question, these three hogs need to be our class champions in our Penta 3 division. From there, it gets a little closer for me in the decision-making process, and I opted to use the young Berkshire Enthusiast Penta 3 in this particular drive. Strictly from a uniformity standpoint, I felt like this particular pen fit together next best in terms of similarities. And now there's no question that each of these hogs in their own right aren't perfect, and I'd like to fix some areas on these pigs, but in a Penta 3 division, this pen, in my mind, was the most uniform next best within this particular drive. I commend the young man on raising and breeding these projects and bringing them to the fair. He did a really nice job. Congratulations to him. Young man in the flag cap is going to have our third place pen within this drive, and one, again, of a practical, functional market hog Penta 3 that certainly fits the bill. I felt like they were uniform in terms of their quality. I felt like as a group, the individuals in their own right, I felt like I could maybe poke a few more holes in them. You know, the black gilt here is probably a little flatter sided in comparison to the barrel that I read to be a little bit more bulky, but still a nice Penta 3. I commend the exhibitor for taking the time and effort to put that together. The cheetah pen here the young lady drives to us, without question, is a heavier muscle pen. They're uniform in terms of their look and certainly their color pattern. I like their heaviness of skeleton. I read this pen to have a few too many structural flaws in terms of the view as they give me as they go away. Is they need to be reeled in their hocks from behind. They just, quite frankly, need to be sounder as a group to get up any higher than this class. But I can certainly appreciate the amount of muscle and product that group brings to the table. And the class, or the group that's going to round out our drive is the two black hogs with the red belt. For me, I guess there's a little too much variety in terms of size in this particular group. We got a lightweight gilt, a heavyweight mare, and you know, if we maybe could have found another black hog to put in this trio, it probably would have helped from a uniformity standpoint. Quite frankly, the red belt's just a little bit of an outlier for me and detracts from the quality and the uniformity of this pen, but I still give the exhibitor credit for you know, putting this pen together and exhibiting it here this morning at the fair. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors on a job well done.
All right, our top exhibitor in that first Penta 3 then goes to Ryland Morgan of Wright PIG. Second place went to Jack Myers of the West Grove Hustlers. All right, so that'll bring out our second class then of Penta 3. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. So those exhibitors should be standing by their pens. Tim will be back there to tell you when to send them up. And we'll bring those exhibitors with their pens and 3s to the show. The Penta 3 trophies are sponsored by Davis Farm Supply and KLR Pork. So we'd like to thank those businesses for sponsoring these trophies, which are actually banners that we're giving out to our exhibitors today. Just a reminder, showmanship is at the end today. That's 4th through 6th grade would be junior, intermediate 7th and 8th, and then everybody else would be senior. And if you won the year before, you get to bump up. So don't forget that.
Here in our heavyweight Penta 3 class, I think it's important that we prioritize quality over uniformity within this drive in terms of at least color pattern goes. And I think when you study this particular group that these two drive out to us, I think the first thing you notice is that each of these hogs in their own right are high quality individuals. They're all really good in terms of their build and their design and their comfort out here, and a lot of them are really good in their look and their presentation as well. Obviously, if you want to make them more uniform in terms of like color pattern or something, but I think we need to study them in uniformity of their design and build, and this group certainly does it the best in my mind, and does so with the most quality as well. Yep. Now, I certainly could argue that this group that comes out in second is more consistent or uniform in terms of color pattern, and that certainly aids their advantages in terms of this Penta 3 class. I didn't feel like there was necessarily as much quality in this particular group in comparison to our class winners. Now don't get me wrong, these three individuals are very, very good, and as we all know, as we've been watching along ringside this morning, I thought very highly of these three individuals in the classes that we just got done placing earlier today. It was a close decision in my mind. I preferred the quality of the group in the corner more so than this one, but there's certainly a high quality entry within this particular class. The belted pen that comes out next, certainly probably this was the decision in my mind between the two belted groups within this class. I guess from a uniformity and color pattern standpoint, they certainly stand out as similar. They're all three very uniform in terms of their build and design, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was some littermates within this particular trio of hogs. I guess for me, I read some of these hogs with a few more differences where the barrel's a nickel shorter hipped. I like the extension of the gill. There are just a few outliers and differences of traits that kind of detract from that trio of hogs to place any higher within this particular class of Penta 3. The red hogs that come out next, I certainly like quite a bit in terms of just uniformity and of their design and their basic build and how they're constructed. I guess when it comes to a quality standpoint, this pen needed to be fourth. I think we all know that from the placings that we've just done in the class. And I think there's just some general things that we need to fix about each one of these to get them up any higher. I commend the exhibitor for bringing his trio out. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause for their job well done for Penta 3.
Okay, our Class 2 exhibitor winner in that class went to Jack Orpon of the Westbrook Hustlers, and second place went to Abel Larson of the Badger Builders. All right, so at this time we'll go ahead and we'll start with our championship drive for our Penta 3. So we'll go ahead and we'll bring out our first place exhibitor in Class 1, Ryland Morgan with his Penta 3. And we have Jack Orpon of the Westbrook Hustlers.
It's unfortunate someone's going to have to be reserved here because I feel like these are two of the better pens of three that I've had the opportunity to evaluate, and I really like a lot of things about each one of these groups in their own right in terms of how they're put together, their general construction, their basic build. I guess for me, there's just one that has a nickel more advantage in terms of quality, a nickel advantage in terms of uniformity. Young Man's Blue Group is going to go ahead and win our pen of three division. With that being said, take nothing away from the Berkshire group that was second in a lightweight division. I just feel like there's too much quality within the heavy group that need to be reserved. And it's a close decision in my mind between those two. Congratulations to you on that.
Okay, so our grand champion 10 of 3 goes to Ryland Morgan, and our reserve then will go to Jack Irvine. So congratulations to those two exhibitors. Again, those trophies and banners were sponsored by Davis Farm Supply here in Humboldt and KLR Pork off Goldfield. So we'll go ahead and we will send those hogs back to the barn. And then we will go ahead and bring back all of the individual market class champions. So that will be 13 class champions. But we'll bring the pens down. All those pens and hogs need to go back. Yeah. So all you exhibitors that class champions, go ahead and get your hogs ready. And in just a few minutes, we're going to bring them all back to the show ring. And if you were a second place finisher in your class, you need to be around your pen as well, because again, the top place finisher, whichever one, whoever's the champion, or second place out of that class, would be asked to bring that hog back also. Out of the third barrel class, I need Daniel Illig. Out of the fourth barrel class, I need Jack Opine. Out of the 5th barrel class, I need DJ Muir. Out of the 6th barrel class, I need Ryland Morgan. Out of the guild classes, out of the 1st guild class, I need Lauren Erickson. Out of the 2nd guild class, I need Ryland Morgan. Out of the 3rd guild class, I need Elsie Stallman. Out of the 4th guild class, I need Adeline Vinson. And out of the 5th guild class, I need Cody Kretow.
Well, I think first and foremost, I want to say thank you to the Fair Board and the pork producers and the swine committee for having me out here this morning and having the opportunity to work with your youth and evaluating your swine show. And secondly, I'd like to thank the ring staff here, the guys on the hurdle, the guys on the in gate, the guys on the out gate. If we could, let's put our hands together for them, please. I commend everybody responsible for putting this event together, and I'm not sure, but I'd have a pretty good guess that there was a lot of discussions on whether or not that this event was going to be held, as have many of them across the country to this day. So I appreciate and I respect those individuals that decided to charge forward with this event and give these kids the opportunity to showcase their hard work and their efforts with their projects. So let's give it, put our hands together for those folks to make sure the show went on. Most importantly, I think it's important that we put our hands together for these kids and their projects and their efforts that they put in with their class-winning projects. Let's hear it for the exhibitors today. I'm not going to go through and re-talk all of these hogs, but I would like to say, I guess, as a generality, I understand that not everybody's going to be happy when they leave here, but I hope, as my goal as an evaluator, is that when we get our grand drive out here, that and at least this gives the image or the portrayal of consistency and how I selected the pigs today and how I prioritized my thoughts and decision-making throughout the day, and I'm really happy with the class winners that we have out here. I think they epitomize kind of the strengths that that we preached all day in terms of being good from the ground up, while still having a show pig look and elegant in terms of how they're constructed from their blades forward, but still being massively constructed, and realizing that this is a market hog show and that the end point for these pigs still is the kitchen table, and we need to prioritize that at some point as well. And like I said, I'm still very, very pleased with the entries that we have out here. The kids have been excellent to work with. I guess at this time, I'm going to put the microphone down. I'm not going to talk each one, but we're going to select the top 5. We'll have to wait for some seconds to come in, but I'll go ahead and fist bump your champions in your top 5. We'll come back for showmanship. I guess if you're able, I'd ask that you stand up and give these kids one more big round of applause and congratulate them on a job well done.
Okay, our champion goes to Ryland Morgan. Congratulations to Ryland, right PIG. All right, so Ryland was champion. That was Class 2 gilt. So we need Jack Opine to bring up his gilt. Severo? Good enough, we're good to go. Zane McIntyre, okay, he's already in there. DJ Muir, Class 1, Market Barrel, second place. Reserve was Bella Opine. Reminder, we're taking photos at 1 o'clock for Humboldt Independent. And if you are not selling your hogs at the auction on Monday, your hogs are released right after the show. So third place went to Ryland Morgan. And we now need Jack Opine to bring in his gilt from Class 2. Okay, so Jack Opine, 4th place. So I need Valley Davis to bring in his 2nd place barrel from Class 4. And our 5th place goes to Cody Creek Out. All right, congratulations to all exhibitors. We appreciate you coming to the Humboldt County Fair Swine Show this year. We are now going to go ahead and send everybody back. We'll take a few minutes here, and then we're going to move on to our showmanship classes. Again, a reminder, we'll have photos at 1. Okay, just to note that they have started serving lunch over at the food stand, and they are doing half-price breakfast sandwiches. So, again, in a few minutes here, we're going to start showmanship. So, we're going to start with senior showmanship first. So that's 9th grade on up, just completed. Assuming you completed school this year. I think we all did. Nobody did. Well, that would have been good for you if I remember right, if we'd have had a year like that when you were in school. Every year would have been, yep. So, find a hog out there that will cooperate well with you. And in just a few minutes here, we're going to get started on showmanship. Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead and get started with senior showmanship. So we'd ask all our seniors to go ahead and come to the show ring. Seniors are 9, 10, 11, 12, and if you're an FFA, you could obviously be out of high school as well. So. Senior showmanship.
No, I don't.
Okay, all seniors, that would mean 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th graders. Again, if you want to participate in senior showmanship, now would be the time to be here. If you wouldn't want to be late to senior showmanship, that usually isn't a good thing. I know it's been a long time since school, so if you forgot what grade you're in, maybe ask your parents. More comment? Okay, good. That's what we'd like to hear. Okay, no problem. All right. Yeah, here they come. Quick show of hand, how many parents want school to start in person? Many of you? Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I thought so. All right, here comes a couple more. I see at least one more walking this way. Okay, I'm going to guess it's probably about all we have here for senior showmanship.
Some call it a flaw and some call it a quality, but I worked rather quickly through showmanship, especially when it's at the end of the day and we've had the opportunity to work with all these kids throughout the morning. And you know, I do my job to make sure that I take some notes throughout the day to make sure when it comes showmanship time that we can work quickly, and especially as we get into the heat of the day, the last thing I want to do is break these kids down, and more importantly, break the hogs down, because I'm not sure if all this is their future, is their end point. So I hate to do something detrimental to sacrifice that. I guess, there's 5 individuals out here, and they all do an excellent job, and without question, I'd be happy to have any of them show for me any day, because good showmen are a great asset, probably the best asset to any livestock breeding firm. It takes a good showman to make sure you're showcasing those animals properly. I don't do anything fancy or fluffy with showmanship. I think it's important to stick to the basics, and I prefer a certain level of intensity and eye contact, I guess. I've been saying here recently that with all the things in the news and social distancing has become a term that's been fashionable as of late, but in reality, if you think about it, social distancing has been the normal in showmanship, at least for decades. It's a goal to stay away from everybody else in showmanship, to find the empty spot in the ring, and to make sure that the judge has a good look at your pigs. And I think the differentiator here between my senior showman is I think that there's an individual that maybe just was a notch more intense, and I thought more importantly did a better job in showcasing their project angles to me. When they had my attention, they didn't utilize it just to stare me directly in the eye. They used that time to move their pig and showcase all the different angles, but the positive angles of their animal. And I think it's important, and I can tell this individual knows this pig's strengths and weaknesses, and they do a really good job of showcasing the good on their pig while hiding the bad. Like I said, it's splitting hairs in terms of quality between all 3 of these kids, or all 5 of these kids. The one I prefer is the young man right here in front of me. He'll be your champion senior showman.
Okay, our senior showmanship winner is Jack Opine. Jack will get a trophy sponsored by Farm Credit Services. I'd also like to introduce Mike Richards from Iowa Central. Iowa Central every year comes up and they sponsor a jacket. So Jack will get a jacket from Iowa Central Ag Department. And so we appreciate Mike coming up and being here and sponsoring that jacket. So when I get a chance, we'll get Jack over here and you guys can get together and find out what jacket size he has and everything. So congratulations and thank you, Mike, for being here. All right, at this time we'll have the intermediate, that's 7th and 8th graders. If you guys would go ahead and bring your hogs up to the show ring, and we'll have our intermediate showmanship class. Seventh and 8th, just completed 7th and 8th. Come on up. Let's see one junior last year. Come on, the trophy for the intermediate showmanship is sponsored by MS and Son, so we thank them for sponsoring this trophy.
just 5 entries here in our intermediate division. And again, there was a lot of quality here from top to bottom within this group. And I know the kids do a different job, or a good job, but they're different in terms of their styles, their driving utensils, and things like that, and their training techniques at home. And that's kind of why I decided to go ahead and have the kids just rotate pigs just briefly, just to get a feel for not only how they work with their pigs, and I can see when I've had the opportunity all morning to watch them show their own pigs, but how good are they when they get on somebody else's project that they never worked with before, and some of them just kind of grabbed the whip and took off and got them presented and head cranked up, and you know, the few of them did an excellent job, and you could hardly tell that you'd never worked with that pig before. I think there's probably just an outlier out here in this group, one that has a different level of intensity and a little bit, I guess, a bigger gear and asks more of their project when they're out here driving on the ring. And I think that pace there and that ask of their animal is something that requires you to win at the next level. And I certainly think it's important. I can tell it's something this individual practices at home, practices with at home, and makes a point to do. Young lady in front of me needs to win. Congratulations.
Our intermediate showmanship winner is Bella Opine. So congratulations to Bella. And we'll go ahead and send all our intermediate showmanship participants back. And so now we'll ask for our junior showmanship participants to go ahead and make their way to the show ring. It looks like we're ready for them. So go ahead, all our junior showmanship. We'd like to thank Davis Farm Supply for sponsoring the Junior Showmanship Trophy. 4th, 5th, and 6th grade.
We're not done yet with showmanship, so one thing is that it's very important to make sure we do first, kids, and I want you to quit paying any attention to me. I want you to find your mom and dad, your grandma and grandpa ringside. I want you to make sure they get a picture. They give you a thumbs up, start driving your pig again, alright? Mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, get your cameras out, get your photos.
Right over there, Landry.
Listen to your mother. Thanks for playing along with that. I think it's important that as young as we are in this project, that someday we're going to want to be able to look back and see that we showed a barrel at our county fair and a blonde mullet someday when we're 18 at our graduation party. I'm not making fun of you. I wish I had that much hair, all right? I think it speaks volumes. I think it doesn't take a genius ringside to count that we have more individuals in this in the junior showmanship division than we had combined in our intermediate and senior division. And I think that's a testament to the families ringside and to the pork producers and to the county agents and teachers that are encouraging growth within these projects. And there's no doubt that the future is bright in Humboldt County and getting this swine project booming and in the right direction. And there's no doubt that there's a ton of quality here today, and the more numbers that we add to this show for years to come will only ensure that it remains a staple in one of those counties that you hang your hat on and take pride in having the opportunity to not only show at, but win, because I think it already is that, and it will continue to be so because of the kids like this in the ring here today. I guess my ask for you kids, when you do get the opportunity to go back to school this fall, and you are talking about to your friends that maybe aren't involved in 4-H projects, about what you did this summer, encourage them to participate next spring when you're going out and picking out your projects. Invite a friend to come along. We'll take part in this project and help them and teach them. You guys are now the role models for your friends because you've done this. You've stepped out of your comfort zone. You've taken on the responsibility of raising a swine project, and today marks that completion point. And I think it's important that, go ahead, congratulate these kids. You guys may be the youngsters here, but you guys are the future leaders amongst your classmates because of the added responsibility that you've taken on with your project. And all of you out here have done an excellent job with that. And I think it's a lot more fun when you can share experiences like this with family members and with classmates, and it makes it all that more special. And it's just a lot more fun to spend a week at the fair with your friends. Encourage somebody else, and if they don't want to participate in the project, take some time to just teach them about what you're doing and why you're doing it. There's a lot of value in that. I appreciate all the kids out here today. I appreciate you asking me to come. Young lady with the Orchard Yell is going to win the showmanship. Congratulations.
Elsie Stallman is our junior showmanship winner. Congratulations to Elsie. All right, that concludes the 2020 Humboldt County Fair Show. We'd like to thank Ben for coming over and judging. You did a great job. Just a couple of reminders now. Again, 1 o'clock. So if you run showmanship, we need you back here at 1 o'clock. All our championship winners, we need you back here at 1 o'clock. If you're not showing at the auction on Monday, your hogs, you go ahead. You can tear down and take them home. If you're showing at the auction, of course, we need you back here. Auctions at 9 o'clock, I believe, on Monday. Right back here. Again, thank you to everybody that helped make the show a success. Hope to see you back here in 2021.
next, the judge is going to tap to Hannah Stalzer of the Weaver Valley 4-H Club. And next, the judge is going to visit with Kane Sweefel of the West Grove Hustlers 4-H Club. And if Madeline and Hannah could come back over here so that we can all go in when the judge is done talking to Kane.
responsibilities it takes, and I'm proud that they came today. And thank you for showing today. We're going to choose you as thank you, and it's completely on knowledge, everything that you can tell me about your dog. Thank you.
All right, next we're going to move into cats, and we have one entry for this one, Kira Ludoff of the Country Bumpkins 4-H Club. And Best of Show for the cat went to Kira Ludoff. And banners today were sponsored by VNS, and they're each getting a gift card from Humboldt Vet Clinic. And Best of Show goes to Kira. If we can give her a hand of applause. All right, we're going to switch to the open pet show. So if you signed up for the open pet show, if you can make your way down here with your animal. And first in the pet show we have Alicia, and it looks like she has a couple rabbits that the judge is gonna talk to her about.
I don't know. I know. I've been through like somebody with a dog in the mouth. It's a lot of bags of dogs. This one's my grandson. That one's my son bought one. He just got his house. He was sitting on my desk for a couple weeks. I'm like, well, I'll get used to it. Get rid of the nerds and stuff.
And next we have Bristol Trask entering the ring to talk to the judge. And next we have entering the ring is Elena with her rabbit. And entering the ring, we have Adeline with her rabbit. And next we have Austin bringing a calf to talk to the judge. right, so if I can have the other open pet show contestants come in with their animal, and then the judge is going to give some comments and placings. So come on in if you are in the open pet show.
I just would like to thank these guys for taking the time out to share their animals with us today and learn about what they've learned along the way of the responsibility of owning a pet. Thank you.
Yes, you can give them a round of applause. And I'm going to have them introduce themselves and tell me their name and if their pet has a name. Because I think it's good to get the kids to talk on a mic, especially when they're young. If they're doing it at a young age, then they're more comfortable to do it when they get older. All right, Alicia, and what animal did you bring today?
2 bunnies.
2 bunnies, and do they have a name?
Carmela and Angel.
Carmela and Angel. So let's give Alicia a round of applause. And what is your name?
Bristol.
And Bristol, what did you bring for the pet show today?
My dog.
And does your dog have a name?
Yeti.
Yeti? All right, good job. Let's give Bristol a round of applause. And what is your name, hon?
Elena.
Elena. And what did you bring today to the pet show?
My rabbit.
Your rabbit. What's your rabbit's name?
Rose.
Rose. Let's give Abby or Elena a round of applause. All right, what's your name, bud? Austin. And what did you bring to the pet show today?
My cat.
And does your calf have a name?
Mickey.
Mickey. Let's give Austin a round of applause. Okay, turn this way so your grandpa over here standing too, right? All right, what's your name?
Adeline.
Adeline. And what did you bring to the pet show today, Adeline?
My rabbit.
Your rabbit. Does your rabbit have a name?
Orangey.
Orangey. Let's give Adeline a round of applause. All right. I think this concludes our pet show, or this is the open part. So let's give these guys one more round of applause, and you guys can exit the ring if you'd like. And thank you guys for coming and watching the pet show. Enjoy the rest of the fair.